Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Final Fantasy XIV. When we last left off, we were doing this fight with where we actually play as Ishtola, which was very out of nowhere. Didn't expect that. I didn't win, so we're gonna have to try it again. So we'll be skipping the cutscene as we already watched it. Oh, that's right. We gotta do this part first. Hey, you have to do the whole thing. Hey, Daedalus. How you doing? I haven't worn headphones in a couple of days, and it got a bit loud. Okay. It's so funny that they have these Final Fantasy XI enemies right here. Whoa. I can't believe I got her from so far away. Those are the guardians of, like, one of the starter nations. Oh, that's right. And the FF11.
In death you are so sing!
Wait, how did she hit me?
In death you are so sing!
Got her. Again? I guess so. Meteor impact. Oh, this is like a damage check. Okay.
In death you are so sing!
I mean to do that, but okay.
In death do our souls sing!
I know. Say the same thing over and over again. Ooh. Alright, skip. Alright, so last time I failed this because I didn't heal Heenan. I didn't realize he had to heal him. Because she's a white mage. Oh, okay, there's the DLC icon right there.
Bow down before me!
I need to target Heenan. There you go, bud. There we go.
Lord, die!
I think I got hit. No, I didn't. I put the DOT on him.
Lord, die! Mark well and learn! Concentrate!
I got you. Why do I gotta heal him though? He should be able to defend himself.
Lord, die!
Or he should be able to defend himself.
Bow down before me! Mark well and learn!
That one doesn't save him. Okay.
Lord, die!
Done. Oh, targeting him. God damn it.
Die! Bow down before me!
Oh, they're not showing the
Tremble
AoE.
before the sun!
Okay, so they want us to get him down. No, or not.
Let us be about it!
Oh, now you're gonna take care of him? Uh-oh. Okay. Get out of here.
Ether, to me.
Oh, what is she doing? It wrecked.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Nama's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
I mean, I did the last time I beat you.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Y'shtola. Why?
He's not gonna hit on her, is he?
Are you
He is.
my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain.
Oh my god. It's gonna say no, my man.
Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
God, he's towering over her.
I am. Not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Damn. Destroyed.
Little?
Damn.
Little son! Little son!
Ouch.
Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
Ouch. Damn, she didn't have to call him little son like that. Jeez. That was... Hello, police. I just witnessed a murder. that was the... If there's ever been anyone who's been killed on screen, that was it right there. That man just died. Ouch. You had not only content with Sadu, but Magnia too? Such a fierce battle must have been, yet here you stand triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The Maul will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Oh. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Kurila. None of this would have been possible without you. Ow. I'm pretty sure the level cap for the next expansion is level 80, and I'm already level 77. I'm almost level 78. Ishtola would see that the ether flows once more. We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Nama's power to use. If the ethereal flows as planned, all that remains is to have the ironwork engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the house of the crooked coin. Hey Lumi. Hey Dark Shade. Hey Ray. Hey Pendragon. Hey Malvrix. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
I do not pretend to understand what you did, Ishtola, but you did it. Thanks to you and Akane, of course, we have taken a monument step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I'd like to believe rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their mission, and I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. Oh, there's a summoning bell here. Tsukuyomi. Triple Triad card. What did we just get? I won't be wearing any of this stuff. I can't donate this stuff, can I? Maybe I can. Oh no, those are weapons. Unsellable. Items unique and untradeable. I don't care. These. Oh, cutscene. On behalf of the Sha Zenkai Akane, I thank you for your support. The proceeds from your contributions have already been used to great effect, but I would not have you take me at my word alone. I pray you pay a visit to Mitsuba of the 10,000 Stalls. She should be glad to tell you the progress they have made. Okay. Where is she again? Good to see you again, Akane. Koza Kira tells me that you have been quite generous of late. On behalf of all of us, I thank you. As you can see, we've got the frames up now, just the bones of what to come. But perhaps it's easier than before to imagine how that stall over there will one day be a proper kitchen. Unfortunately, we've yet to address the poor supply issue. While it's true, we've no shortage of rice and a few varieties of vegetables. Some river fish as well. There is little else of note. The land here's always been well suited to rice cultivation, and you can't blame a farmer for taking advantage of that. But a man can't live off rice and nothing else. Hunting was more valuable in the past, but these days you can't go more than halfway down the road to the next village without tripping over a shikigami, or worse. Not much game to be found at any rate, unless you're keen to try cooking koja, and I'm not. Which leaves fish and whatever livestock we can raise on our own, which is not nearly enough to meet our needs. Sigh. Brother, can you stand? Speak to me. The Dorthal. I have no strength to rise, brother. The void within my belly is all consuming. Leave me. Only the Firewalker matters. The Buduja must thrive. My own visions grow dim, brothers. So distracted was I by the Lupin's lengthening electric that I paid no heed to my growing hunger. I fear we are undone. Too far from the step we have come to return for rations, and I have yet a single sheep in this storehouse stronghold. I say, you lot look as though you're in dire need of a meal. We've got rice balls to spare, if you'd like. You would spare us your food. We would be eternally grateful. New music? Delicious. Delicious. I have emerged from the dark into light. My full belly now bask in the sun. In shape and color, it reminds me of Buzz, though it lacks any sort of feeling. Buzz. The Exala delicacy, I presume. A steamed dumpling or some such. They're a fair bit different, but you can use all sorts of things as fillings for rice balls. Mitso flavored meat is one of my personal favorites, in fact. Unfortunately, we're having trouble securing a steady supply of meat at the moment. Unconceivable. Without meat, your bodies will not grow strong and robust. The Buldaga who does not eat meat is no Buldaga. The traders of the steppe are rich in that which you lack, and will gladly trade meat for your produce. In gratitude for your kindness, let us make introductions on your behalf. Oh, well, far be it for me to refuse. Wait until the Shazinkai hears about this. Our tribe, the Boudica, will gladly give you all the meat that you desire. If you will give us the one you call Heenan. You're asking a bit much. That's putting it lightly. That said, from what I heard, Lord Heenan often speaks of his time with the Maul quite fondly. But even if the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, I doubt he'll go with you for all the buzz and the step. The construction of the 10,000 stalls is proceeding apace, and the talks with the traders of Reunion may soon lead to a wider variety of food stuff. As you continue to contribute to the Sha Zenkai in the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Delma Enclave grow and change? Huh. I wonder if I have more to give. Hey, cool. Hello. Hope your weekend was good. Yeah, it was good. Hope yours was nice too. Can't give them these, which kind of sucks. Untradeable. Maybe these fine sands, I guess. Get that out of my inventory. What about armor? Sort. 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 Oh, earrings? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I don't need this. Discipline of land. I won't be using that. Use that too, I guess. Get rid of those. Don't need this. Hey. Oh, discipline of land. Hold on to that one. Yeah. Okay. Neck of Slaying. I'll never use that. keep that. Can't use this. Or this. Get rid of that. That too, I guess. Hold on to these two. I don't even know when I got this. Yeah. All right, 50, 48 left. So most of these are going to be too high. Yeah. I think I'll be able to do this. No. 48. How did I even get these? Oh, I'll hold on to that. Apparently I wear them somewhere. Yeah, that'd be enough. Do 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 48. Do do do. Okay. Hey Derpy, hello. Do do do. Dun, 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 dun. Judging by your triumph expressions, I take it all went well on the Azim step. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tatario and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say a word. I thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The miniature of the arrangement you may leave to me. My annuity. Which just leaves the sole matter of our allegiance. So the Yagiri and Hakuru, how fare you with our neighbors? My lord, all the factions we approach are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many respond positively to a talk of an alliance. From Hinagashi to Suni no Sato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected then. Well, there is not to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that we amend to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses. For the time being at least. All of which means I may leave for the meeting in Alamago with a lighter heart. Yagiri, Kuru, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, We could have not achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting. I took the liberty of asking Thangri to attend as well. He should have arrived in Alamagang quarters by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? I see you. Y'shtola has told me all, and I duly told Uranger and Corel. Corel in particular was concerned about Alfino, but I assure her that everything can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being on the condition that I contacted her the moment there is any development. So that leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Avernell is here to assist with security, incidentally. Though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alfino, I expect. But it's almost time. As soon as you're ready, present yourself to the guardsmaid at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. It's the Lions of the Seven Dawn. Welcome to Alamago. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. May I show you to the meeting chambers? Upon proceeding to the royal palace, several cutscenes will play in succession. It's recommended that you set aside a sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Okay. Munching on some pasta salad. Nice.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
Yeah.
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Oh, they use misinformation.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it.
The Facebook tactic.
And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
That's true.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity.
It's a good plan.
'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
Oh, what the hell?
That way. Sorrow.
That was sudden.
History must be changed.
Who is this?
Ahead looms a calamity.
Ahead looms a calamity.
Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
Oh, they're all getting it.
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst.
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Okay. All of them are being affected by it.
Is it over?
Master Thancred!
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Okay.
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse.
Yeah.
You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
Nod.
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian La Hebrea.
Oh, that makes sense.
The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
Nod. Yeah, I was gonna say, why is Thancred affected? He's not... He doesn't have etheric powers like they do. But I guess that makes sense with them saying he was with the Ascian. God, that feels like that was so long ago. I tried to call Uranger on his link pearl, but he didn't respond. But I dare to hope that he possessed some knowledge we do not. Ah, Uranger. Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. Disembodied voice suddenly started. What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Alright, we'll meet you there. That was Uranger. He heard the voice too. And Thananel. So he heard it all the way in Thananel. That's pretty far distance, so it can travel, really. Doesn't seem like it matters, the distance. As we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Uranger, there can be little doubt the Scions were targets specifically. Yeah. By whom and to what end is the question. One to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. You have learned the emote Endure. Elise is eager to rendezvous with Uranger. Uranger agrees to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Nod. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer. If there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. It's kind of weird that Lise is not affected, though, seeing as, I mean, just because she's a former Scion. And she spent more time as a Scion than she hasn't. It's kind of strange. Alright, right? Let's be on our way. But I guess it only matters if you're one presently. Oh, they're gonna teleport us.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Urianger! Gods, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
Okay.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
It doesn't seem so.
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
You just came from there.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
The genius is perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed. I shall make it my task to...
Uh-oh.
The voice. It calleth to me once more.
Yeah, to see him so compromised. Whoa, there was a split image of someone else.
I hear it too.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
Okay. Throw wide the gates.
No, this can't be happening!
Y'shtola! Urianger! Open your eyes!
Oh, you just lost 2 big allies.
Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
Well, damn, 3 out of commission just like that. That sucks if they lost Uranger. He was going to be a big help. Elderman, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 39 months. Thank you so much for 39 months of support. Kamsamida, thank you. Okay. Forgive me. That was an unseemly display. It had happened before our very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the 2 of them to a private chamber, but tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in a like state in Alamigo? I am afraid, sir, so. Though, given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lys that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folks of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades, and how it may be cured. Thus, we will ruse them no matter what. That we will. Hooray, that we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. I promised I'd visit someone in Limsia and Lanimsa. He's been waiting at the Maelstром's command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Okay. Alrighty. Speak with LSA at the Maelstrom command. Can we see their bodies like over here? No. Hey Stereo, hello. No thanks, Elderman. Thanks. That's I don't know, it's one of the nicest compliments people can give me, so thank you. We need to go upstairs. Yeah, I could just use this. So somebody that knows us, but we probably haven't seen him in a while. As you probably guessed, it's Gabu we've come to see. The private here will bring him out to us. Ever since the maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can. And after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit him again. It's difficult to explain. Wow, that was a while ago too.
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
He still doesn't speak.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
You still have me. You don't have to bear this burden alone.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Oh, you moved. Other than just walking. I was gonna say, she's supposed to be right here. Let us return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thank you again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. Alright, back at the Rising Stones. Well, I could just... I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Horai is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters. But we're both among the stricken. I will begin to reach out to the Maride guilds and the research institutions here in Erosia. Additionally, Grandfather and Mephinia had a wealth of connections between them. I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much more has happened in recent days. Some of it for the good, some not so. All around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who helped Alfino to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire. They march on in the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play. I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I'll promise to have good tidings to share with you when you do. Okay. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment.
God, that was a long time ago,
and with
too.
this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
Yeah, he didn't even say a single word.
I should be the one to sigh.
Okay.
I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree?
Okay.
What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms.
Grandson?
You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it.
Solos.
Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The Founding Father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos.
Okay.
Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty.
So that's what
to
was...
bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power. And there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns.
That was what was bothering him.
To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
Okay. Okay.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices.
He's just gonna come back. He's an Ascian.
Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Why does he sound like Vamp?
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget, you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game.
Those guards right there were just like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
He must have learned of this stuff just recently. Because he's never been compromised like that before. Meanwhile, at the Resistance encampment somewhere in the Empire. Oh, it's Alf. And the Asian hunters. I don't want to say what I want to say, but I want to say it anyway. What in the world? They're all dead. What the fuck? Dead, all dead. And I see no wounds, nor any evidence of battle. Damn them. They finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemic weapon in Jirabana, the gas, Black Rose. It was called, to breathe it is to breathe your last. Damn, that shit was a side quest from so long ago. That was at the start of Stormblood. And that did this? I thought the project abandoned, and its vile fruit destroyed. But naught else could have brought such an atrocity. Fools. What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can't they not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay. Wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. The Asians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail leads us here. Their objective was never the rule, but the slow strife and discord. Oh, this is some new music. This music also kind of backs what I'm thinking. As such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Asians and put an end to their plot. Oh, somewhat similar to Final Fantasy IX's life tree. Not exactly what I was thinking, no. There seems to be... I don't know, it might just be me. I mean, I've been wrong before. Not that I'm asking for any kind of validation or anything. I'm just spreading what it seems to me. It seems like there's going to be some kind of two worlds going on. Because they have a lot of these like sci-fi themes going on. A lot of these duality themes going on. It seems like there's going to be some like two world stuff. And that music was like very sci-fi. Like weirdly sci-fi, unlike anything we've heard so far. Even the Allegheny music didn't sound anything like that. Soul searching. Alicia is at her wit's end. Let's see the stuff with the Emperor, though. He's, I guess... He must have learned that information from the one guy pretty recently, because, like, last time we actually saw him, where he talked to us, and not just talked to someone else. He was full, dead-ass confident. Like, no compromise, no chill, no nothing. He was firm in his beliefs, and that was in the Heavensward. That was the last time we saw him. The last time we saw him before that was at the end of Heavensward when he was talking to the Asian there. And he was compromised there because he was shocked because the guy had his face of his son, but sometime between that and now, he must have learned about the Solidus being an Asian. Because he was pissed. He didn't say a single word. He seemed very pissed. To the point he shot and killed the dude. But I guess that also means that the Empire has no idea how to kill them either. Because as the guy said, you have all the men and stuff at your disposal to do whatever you want. So if they did know how to kill them, he most likely would order. I mean, he went so far as to shoot the guy, call him an abomination. Or, say that you're taking stuff away from man, so I can assume the Empire has no idea how to kill these guys. It would seem. Yeah, man was shocked. Yeah, he was... So it had to be fairly recent the guy revealed himself, but I guess he's been around this entire time. Just chilling, waiting. Or, written into the story, but I mean, it still means he was chilling around this entire time. The music was an old OST from 1.0. Elise is at her wit's end.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle.
That's
and
why.
Elfino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Kryl, I thought you were busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
Eureka. Oh, we've heard that
When
before.
word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me.
No, I was wondering where they were.
All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
God, that was so long ago, too.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
We haven't even been back there in quite some time, too. Also begs you to question why she wasn't target either. Seems odd. Yeah, we haven't been back here in a good minute. Yeah, seeing as the Empire is trying to suck the ether out of her. Or pump her full of other people's ether, I guess. You would think that it would affect her too. Do do do. Yeah. As far as I can remember, us killing the one with the aura sight was the first time we've done that. And that was honestly like quite some time ago too. I mean, I get it's not that long ago in the grand scheme of time, but that was back in ARR. I mean, I imagine that has to at least be, you know, like a year or two ago. I mean, the Empire's pretty resourceful. I mean, they don't have the magic capability, yet here they are, able to figure out ways to kind of use it, you know? You would think with their vast, superior tech and stuff, they'd be able to figure it out. At least I would think. I kind of forgot how La Habrea died. He was the first one, right? I don't remember it. I remember we killed two of them at the same time, as they fused together. I forget the first one we did in. Oh, La Habrea was the first one. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he got hit with the primal sword. Right. So he was the second one. Wait, what was that purple one? We haven't been back here in a hot minute. Hey, Nomad. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Also, hey, Ergo. I've heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'm happily overlooked her intricacies if she agrees to help us.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
Yeah, it's been a while, Cut. Yeah, also, hello.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Okay.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
Nothing.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated? If it had, oh gods!
No, they're probably somewhere else.
Their bodies are just husks. It's like the Broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
Yeah.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
That means that they're not on this star.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Okay. Alamigo. Oh, what was that? It just...
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Now, they showed us that for a reason.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Oh. Okay. So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having nonsense shaken out of me. When Alfino is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. The news from Almigo has left Acelia in a state of nervous excitement. I almost can't bear to hear what Maximum has to tell us. But it cannot be bad news, can it? Lise would have said, unless there's no point in speculating, Lise said she's nullified the guards of our coming. So we should head straight to the palace gates in Alamagain quarters. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alf's plight and leave the search for our friend's lost soul to me. Yeah, it definitely does seem like there's like two worlds going on here. Because the ether here is being sucked dry all over. And their souls are not dead. Or their bodies are not decaying and their souls are not dead. But she can't find them. Yeah, it's kind of... I'm doing okay, Cut. How are you doing? I don't think I can do that one. What's the emote on that one? Oh, thank you. I don't think I can do that emote. Malevolence? Yeah, I definitely don't have that one. This is Derpy in chat. Do. It's from a piece of gear you haven't got yet. Oh, okay. That is so much better than the one I have. The one I have is trash. Oh, was that battle stand? Oh, that one's nice. Okay. Okay. It was just you dancing around. I guess that's the point, I guess. Alright. I can't guess this one. Wait, 2 swords, so is this supposed to be... Ronin? Yeah, okay, I see. Aren't those a little bit long, though? That'd be way longer than what a ninja would use, though. No? That's pretty cool. Some of the ninja weapons are very big, and like a whole ass katana. Right, yeah, that's like a whole ass katana. You wouldn't be dual wielding that. Oh, that's nice. Well, they have like a little icon on the sleeve too. That's cool. I can't guess what this one would be. It's green, so I'm gonna assume some kind of summoning job. Oh no, it's the same job. Oh. I see. I've been fooled. Green mage? Well, okay, I thought, look, green's usually associated with summoner. Okay, give me a break. I'm not sure, because there's like 3 jobs that fit this description. I guess it's not Dark Knight, because Dark Knight's heavy armor. Okay. You know, I still can't figure it out. That's not Black Mage, so I guess that's Summoner. Are you gonna go? Are you on vacation? That doesn't look like a gun. That looks like a camera. You look like you're going on vacation. The bad under cop glam. So is there a story in this game of a dragon-like character removing their scales? Is that a thing in this game? Never? I can't imagine they have never done that, though. I imagine there would be someone trying to remove their scales. Although I imagine you can't do that. That has to be really hard. Let's try that on Derpy. I didn't mention it. God, it's on your neck too. Why would someone remove their scales? I mean, I would imagine they would have a story of someone trying to fit more in. I mean, you see it all the time. I'm surprised they haven't gone down that route with a story. You didn't have to burn my clothes. I have a lot of them. We call them peeled. So, okay, so in Final Fantasy XI, this would be associated with Dark Knight. But to my understanding, these are two different jobs in this game. But the Scythe would be associated with Dark Knight, and this game is associated with Reaper. That's a big katana, Jesus. So that has to be Samurai. In Final Fantasy XI, a ninja can actually use this, but you never would. You never would, but you can. Oh, that's Dark Knight. Oh. It's a special sword for it? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so that's Samurai. I see. Somehow their katana is smaller than the Dark Knight's. And that looks more like a sword. Like, the length of this looks more like a sword than an actual katana. It's so short for a katana. It's a nice suit, though. I see you got rid of your scales. Hey, you can't be doing that on stream. That's TOS. Wait. Oh, okay, no, that was always there. I was like, wait, that just showed up. I got no clue. Oh, this is a bard. Bard in this is extremely different from what it is in Final Fantasy XI. It is not like this at all. In Final Fantasy XI, the bow goes to Ranger in Samurai, but Ranger is the better job at it. And Bard, literally all they do is just sing. I mean, they can do more, but for the longest period of time, all they did was just sing. That's it. They don't. In this, they're DPS. You would never imagine that in 11. You can now, though, but not through most of its history. It's such a different job now. I remember you mentioning Bard was basically supposed to pull mobs in the party, and that's it. Yeah, a Bard would literally do this. So say Birdie's the party, right? And let's say that guy's the NPC, or the mob you want to pull. You run to the monster. You play the song that targets the monster, get his attention, bring him back to the party, sing the AoE or single target sleeping song, put him to sleep, and then you would rebuff the party to make sure the buffs never drop, and rinse and repeat over and over and over again until you guys disbanded. There was no attacking whatsoever for a bard at all. But nowadays you can. So nowadays, since parties don't exist anymore the way they used to, you'd buff the party And since they added in like very damaging weapon skills, bards can do like stupid damage now that they honestly shouldn't be able to do. But they can do that now. But they still have to worry about dying because they basically have the defense of like a white mage. So, and if you get caught with an AoE, you're pretty much dead. So bards have to like, they have to walk away. I take it that's blue mage too, because of the different color umbrella. It's still so weird that because damage is king in 14, most bard support was stripped away. It's so... Yeah, like I was saying, job diversity in 11 is very different. A lot of the jobs in this play, like with the whole rotation stuff, they play very similar, it seems. But that also makes it where you can bring them all to pretty much all the events, which is not the case in 11. So the job diversity in 11 is nice, but it has its downsides. You can't really bring everything to everything. Some jobs just suck at some stuff, like Ranger. Ranger sucks at a lot of stuff, unfortunately. Or Ninja. Ninja in 11 it doesn't really have its place anymore. It can't tank anymore, so can't really do anything. Yeah, Rangers, I don't know if it's like that in this game, but Rangers also use ammo. Yeah, you would have... So how would it go? Rangers would do... Because Rangers don't physically attack with regular melee hits. They stay at a distance. Like a range... I guess like a range DPS in this game. But they don't melee attack at all. So they use their bow 100% of the time. And so what you would end up doing is in your main and your sub slot, you would put weapons that would benefit your like range accuracy, your range attack, or the stats that govern those abilities. But you would never strike with them. So it would be common to see a ranger sub ninja for Utsume, or shadow clones from like Naruto, for defense purposes, and then they would have 2 axes, or they would put a staff on, because they introduced this new item called a grip, which you could put on 2-hand weapons. But that was always the case. And then you would have your range weapon, and then you would have your ammo. And you could do some funky stuff with your ammo. It wasn't uncommon to use one specific ammo for just regular shooting, and then when you came time to weapon skill, you would change your ammo to something else. To something that was like really powerful, but you can only use it once. Because Rangers had this ability to make it to where you could shoot your gun, but you wouldn't lose the ammo. So they would use this ammo that was... You technically would use it if you shoot it if you didn't use that ability. So it's very different. And like you'd never DPS. If you got this close, it was basically a death sentence. That's pretty cool. Yeah, there's nothing like this either. This is like, by Final Fantasy XI standards, this is like beyond extra for Ranger. I still would have like Archer to have a Bard or Ranger job like as Summoner and Scholar. I also remember Dark Knights really wanting a club. Oh, that's the Kraken Club. Yeah, it was for their 2-hour. It was a very specific strat. Dark Knights would sub Warrior. They would use Berserk, and which is a warrior ability, which lowers your defense by 25 and raises your attack by 25%. And then you would use their 2-hour ability, which would absorb HP with each hit. And they would just... and the monster would die. It was pretty entertaining to see. And they couldn't be killed during it because they would hit so much their health would stay at max the entire time. So you would, in the early end game, that's what people used to use to kill the bosses before people actually developed strategies for them. Back when people had no idea how to do the end game bosses, people would just throw a Kraken Club Dark Knight at it and it would kill everything. It still hasn't been nerfed either. You can't do it now, but because the HP values are so high, but back then it was completely doable. And unlike this game, it's not a tank at all. It can't take damage with anything. Dark Knights are about as flimsy as paper in FF11. It's so strange to me to see it as a tank in this game. Hold on. Is that a gun bleed? Okay, that didn't work. When I started Stormblood, Bard had a lot of support abilities, and they stripped a ton of it away when they added Dancer and Shadowbringers. Yeah, and Dancer it's a different kind of job in this than it is in 11-2. So the weapon that Dancers use in this game is actually the range weapon that Dancers use in 11. They use daggers, just like Thief in FF11. And for the longest time, they weren't as good at it as Thieves were, but now they're way better. Now, how often you have to attack in 14, ammo would be your major pain. That's true. I used to Bard. Yeah, Dancer's really nice. We played when we went through FF11 for the marathon. We played Dancer the entire time until the very end, when I played Monk on my main character. Tank's cross skills here is Shrunk, which dumps aggro on party enemies, and it used to just be on Ninja. Bard used to have a full party res Limit Break 3 instead of White Mage in this. Bard never had anything like that in FF11. The only thing close to that Bard would have is you could, in case you think you were about to die, you could cast a song that would last, I think it was like 5 seconds. And in case it like wiped a lot of people out, it would give them all re-erase. Other than that, no. There's nothing like that. And it was like basically a panic song. You never really used it ever, because most of the time stuff, either you got destroyed and you didn't use it, or you beat it. So it never really got used. Rangers had a good 2 hour. Yeah, Rangers have 2 good 2 hours. They have Eagle Eye Shot, which is basically just a really strong hit that ignores the enemy's defense. So it does a lot of damage on everything. And then they have, jobs now have 2 hours, which is something I don't think Ray experienced when he played FF11. Now every job has 2 hours. So the second one they gave for Ranger is they got rid of its delay. So the auto attack delay that this says it's 78.5, that gets reduced to 0. So Rangers can literally just over and over and over for like a minute straight. And they usually die while doing it, but if you need a lot of damage done in a minute, they would just do it over and over again. Yeah, it's called 2 hours because when it was originally added in the game, you could only use the ability every 2 real-life hours. Yeah, back when there was only one of them. Eventually, they halved it to 1 hour. Everyone still just calls it 2 hours. And then they added in a second one for all jobs. All jobs have 2 of them now. And then they have this system. I'm not sure if this game has anything like it, but when you get to the max level, you can push beyond your limits in FF11. And you can do something called mastering your job. And this game doesn't really have anything like that. The closest thing is imagine through an augmenting system that you can enhance your abilities and traits through an augmenting system. Now you can't like pick exactly like what you want to do. The game has like a set criteria of what you can and can't do for each job. But through that process, you're making your ability stronger, your traits better most of the time. And then you're working on something called mastering your job. And once you finish all of them, there's 10 categories and 20 upgrades per category. Once you finish all of them and you master your job, the cooldowns for your 1 hours get reduced to 45 minutes. So it went from 2 hours to 45 minutes. But they're supposed to, 2 minutes is the longest you can do. Well, the abilities in those games are supposed to be like, they're supposed to be like insanely like good. Like for instance, like I mentioned with Ranger, reducing its shooting time to 0 basically allows it to become a minigun for a minute straight. You can burn through almost an entire stack of 99 arrows as a Ranger with the right weapon, which is unheard of. If you did that without that ability, it'd probably take you like 15-20 minutes to shoot all individual ones. You can do that in a minute. So like they're extremely like powerful abilities that they don't want you to be able to use that often. And every job has them. For Monk, they have one that's called Hundred's Fist. It basically does the same thing. It gets rid of the attack delay, and you basically attack like you're Hundred's Fisting for a minute straight. It's a big DPS move. And stuff like that. So every job has a ability, like 2 abilities that are like that in FF11. Alright, I'm gonna go do the cutscene. Also, one last thing about FF11. Today's day 50 of our playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV. It took us 50 days to finish FF11. So we're now, tomorrow's stream will officially be the longest game in the marathon. Greetings, Scions. The commander told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? Thanks, Cut.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This shadow hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
That's a good way of looking at it.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Military.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't.
Damn.
Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head-on!
But we remember that...
No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Uh-oh. Again.
Untold sorrow must be changed.
wide the gates.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
Yeah, and we know that they have a traitor in their ranks too, because that guy was dressed up as something. So, what was I gonna say? If this game had 2 hours, raiders would save them for clear run bosses, I imagine. Yes. Yeah, so like how I don't know, since I've only played Monk, I don't know how limit breaks work for other jobs. But the limit break in this being like the Buster Sword and some other things, it would pretty much kind of be the same idea, except, you know, it's not a meter building up, it's on a timer like this, and then every job gets a varying one. So like, okay, so like for instance, one of the ones, the one for Black Mage allows Black Mage to cast spells without using MP. Which in this game probably sounds funny because you get so much MP, but in 11 you don't. So they get like a minute to where they can cast spells without using MP. Red Mage gets one to where it gets rid of their recast timer, so they can just cast until it's over. White Mage gets an AoE heal that full heals everybody, but it also gets rid of all status elements. But that one's more of a double-edged sword because that one actually has enmity tied to it, so it's not uncommon for it to use that one and then almost die immediately. So it's like a last-ditch effort in case you're literally on the verge of wiping, because it generates so much enmity. I'm trying to think of them all. Thieves. It might sound weird, but Thief's 2-hour ability, the original one, was it made it to where you avoided all physical attacks for 30 seconds. The way the game's designed, it was really useful. In this, it probably doesn't sound so useful. Trying to think. That's Black Mage, Red Mage, White Mage. What job am I forgetting? I already talked about monks being... Oh, warrior. Warrior makes it to where every hit for 30 seconds is a guaranteed critical hit, and it works on weapon skills as well. So you would use it, it's called Mighty Strikes. You would use it, and you would use a weapon skill, and it would do ridiculous amounts of damage. Yeah, so all your melee attacks did damage for 30 seconds. There's also, I don't know if you have this job in this game, but there's a job in 11 called Beastmaster, and you can literally go and charm almost any monster in the game as long as it's not a boss enemy. And then their 2-hour ability was called I forget what it was called. But it basically, if you charm something and you used it, it would make it to where it would stay with you for 2 hours. Guaranteed. And then it would also increase its stats. I do not remember what it was called, but that was basically it. A Beastmaster could just go around and just tame any monster in the game that they wanted, and use it as a party member. It was the solo job for the longest period of time. I remember in the 75 days coming out to my group's Beastmaster as he hit 75, and he soloed it all the way from level 1 to 75 on his own. It took him so long to do it, but it was possible. in the old days. It was the only job that could do it. Dark Knight makes it to where all their hits absorbs HP. It's a little weird how that one works, because to get the most out of it, you have to use their other abilities. I'm trying to think of all the jobs. Hold on. It'd be easier if I just do this. FF. This. Jobs. Okay, yeah, this is easier. Paladin made it to where... Okay, so this might sound weird. It might sound weird, but... So, Paladin's ability is to make it to where they take no physical damage for 30 seconds. Which sounds similar to Thief's, but it's different. Thief evades physical hits for 30 seconds. Paladin takes no physical damage for 30 seconds. And it generates a lot of enmity, too. So, it can be used as a hate gaining move as well. But it's really a panic move in case, you know, you're going to wipe. You use it to get the monster's attention again. They both can take magic damage during it. So it's a little weird. Bard is just makes it to where their songs are stronger. That's it. But it doubles the effects of their songs, which is really good. I already talked about Rangers making it to where they do additional... They just get a shot that does ridiculous amounts of damage called Eagle Eye Shot. Summoner is a bit different. So Summoner is... their ability has been changed a lot. How do you even describe it? Okay, so there's an ability that each summon gets that can only be used when you use their 2-hour ability, and it's an AoE magic damaging move. But then they added in different summons later in the game, and they changed this. So they added in Odin and Alexander in the 3rd expansion pack. And those summons can't be summoned by normal means. You can only summon them once every 2 hours with your ability. And so what Odin did was Odin did a AoE death move. And if the move didn't kill the enemy, if the mob was immune to death, it would do very high damage to it. So there used to be strats back in the day where you would call 5 summoners and you would have them all 2-hour Odin and just mass kill everything. It was great. It was great times. Until they made everything immune to death. Or every boss immune to death. That used to be great times. And then Alexander was like a 5-minute impenetrable wall defense. So you would take next to no damage for like 5 minutes. It was pretty broken. But those could only be used every 2 hours. And then they added Atomos to that list. They've added a couple other ones, but they're normal. And then Samurai is a little bit different in this game. You used to have TP in this game, but you don't anymore. And Samurai in Final Fantasy XI is TP the job. Every job gets TP, tactical points as it's called. And so in that game, let's just use Boot Shine as an example. You cannot do Boot Shine in Final Fantasy XI until you get 1,000 TP. That's how it works. And Samurai is the job that gains TP the fastest. So it is known as the weapon skill spamming job. So how you spam weapon skills in this game on like a rotation every 2 minutes, the closest job that does that in Final Fantasy XI is Samurai. Every other job is not like that at all. So that's like how Samurai is. So its 2-hour is that it instantly gets 3,000 TP, and it separates its weapon skills are separated. So there's a cap. You can get the 3,000 TP. You can't go over it. But the damage values of your weapon skill also go up with how much TP you use for when you use the Samurai's move, it cuts them all in thirds, so you can get 3 guaranteed ones at full stats, if that makes sense. So it's like a big damaging move for them. Ninjas for the longest time was useless, and it literally just blew them up and killed them. It was like one of the biggest memes in the game. The monster, and then I should also add to the fact, I forgot to mention, with all of this talk about 2-hour abilities, enemies can use them against you too. It's not just you can use them against enemies. There are enemies that have jobs in Final Fantasy XI, and they can use the 2 hours against you too. And ninjas was the shittiest one for players and the most insane one to go against when you fought it, because it could literally kill 18 people super fast. But it really didn't do anything for the player. But it was for the longest time just like, okay, it's a free warp, because it barely did any damage. Unfortunately. Dragoons was also a meme. Dragoons used to be literally called Wyvern, and that's it. So I don't know how Dragoon works in this game, but in Final Fantasy XI, you have a little Wyvern fight alongside you, and whenever you weapon skill, the Wyvern does an ability. It can either do a damaging move of the enemy's weakness, a beneficial move, as in curing you, or a buff. You can't really pick what it does. It does what it wants. And that used to be their 2 hour. It was just the Calden, which people used to meme to death as it sucked. It did. It sucked really bad. So eventually what they did was they changed it, and they made that a regular ability, and they gave them the ability called Spirit Surge. And what Spirit Surge was is you absorbed the Wyvern, and then you became like hyper damage monster for like a minute straight. It's pretty good. It's way better than what they originally had. What they had before was pretty shit. It was pretty bad. And there's 7 more jobs. So the next job was added in with the 3rd expansion. It was called Blue Mage, which you guys have in this game. Blue Mage's 2 hour ability was just to strengthen the attributes of their spells, making it to where their spells were just really strong. It's pretty simple. Corsair, as you just mentioned. I don't know how to describe it. It is, so Corsair is a gambling job, kind of like, I guess, Astro in this game, I guess. And Corsair its 2 hour is literally gambling. So the best outcome is that it restores everybody's 2 hours, and and if it does that, it means it gives you all your stats back as well, or all your like HP and MP, which is great. But it has a chance that it can't do that too. At the time when it was introduced, that was the only way of getting your 2 hour back without having to wait the timer. So it was very desired. But it had the potential of doing nothing when it first came out, or it would just restore your HP and MP. So it was literally just gambling, whether it was good or it was garbage. And that was pretty much it. And it hasn't changed. It's still the same. So it's very hilarious when someone uses it and it does next to nothing. Puppet Master is a very hard job to describe because you guys do not have anything like that job in this game. And it's the job that I actually play now, predominantly in Final Fantasy XI. It's kind of like Beastmaster, but not. Just imagine if you could build your own robot and then customize your own robot the way you want to, within the parameters that the game allows you to. And then your ability was basically to turn him into a DPS monster for 5 minutes. which is, it was incredibly broken, and it's still broken to this day. But you don't have anything like that in this game at all. So to give you an idea, where's our inventory? I forget how you access it. So for Puppet Master, you would have your own gear on, and your puppet would have its own gear on too. And it would have these, and then you would also be able to augment its actions and its traits. You could pick and choose whichever ones it had. It was by far, and is still by far, the most complex job in the game. And it requires a shit ton of work, which is why it was incredibly unpopular when it came out. But if you stick with it, it's literally it is the most versatile job in the game. It can do so much stuff, which is why I play it. But it's a hella complex job. I don't think you have anything that is remotely even close to it in this. I'm not sure if they would even add anything like that, because it's very, very in-depth. And it doesn't seem like it fits the mold of this game. Next was Dancer. I don't remember what Dancer... Oh, Dancer's 2-hour ability was kind of like Samurai's. It would... it was TP related. Dancer is a TP related job, and it is a support job. I'm trying to... How do you describe it? It's a melee support job where it can give like AoE HP absorption to the party, AoE MP absorption to the party. It can give AoE haste, but it's the weakest kind of haste that you will ever get. It can also cure using TP, which was unheard of prior to its release. So when you melee attack, just a regular auto attack, you gain TP, and I'm not even going to describe the formula because it's way too complicated. But you could use that TP to heal your party members. Before that, the only jobs that could do that were like White Mage and Red Mage, as in using MP. There was no job that could use TP to heal whatsoever. So their job, their 2-hour, was to make it to where the abilities that they had that required TP were 0 for a minute. It wasn't the most useful one, and it still isn't, but their second one they got is hella useful. It's really good. And then I think the next job they introduce is a job that you actually have in this game, and it's a Scholar. And I'm not quite sure if it's the same or not. Scholar mages in Final Fantasy XI don't really like physically attack at all, and stuff like that. And so Scholar and Red Mage kind of have like the same idea. Yeah, the book. Yeah, there's the book is a big part of it too in FF11. So Scholar can switch between white magic and black magic, but you have to switch between it. You can't use... If you use black mage spells while you have the white book out, they're weak, and vice versa. I can't exactly remember what the Scholar 2-hour does, actually. I know it gives them the ability to use certain spells they normally wouldn't be able to. It allows them to basically use both spells without having to switch. And then it makes them have like a damage buff while doing it. But the Scholar could augment the spells, which was the first of its kind in the game. So it could... So for instance, like regen. White mages get regen in Final Fantasy XI, right? We all know that spell. But it's a single target spell. Scholars can make that AoE. So they could change the properties of spells unlike any other job in the game. So it created a whole lot of like customization that you could do that was never possible before, and stuff like that. It was very cool. So they're allowed to like make buffs last twice as long, make them twice as strong, make them AoEs, and etc., and stuff like that. They have a lot of ways of augmenting spells that are in the game, which is pretty cool. And then, so these last two jobs that were introduced in the game, they were introduced in the last paid expansion, which came out, mind you, I think in 2013. Yeah, it was 2013. And for the longest time, when these jobs were introduced, I had no idea what the fuck they were. I never heard of them. It's Geomacer and Rune Fencer. And since playing this Final Fantasy Marathon, I found out that Geomacer was a job from Final Fantasy III, and Final Fantasy XI's adaptation of it is completely different from what it is. And Rune Fencer is technically not a job you ever really play as a job, but it is what Celeste is in Final Fantasy VI. I never knew that. So Geomacer in FF11 is a AoE buffing job. I don't even know how to describe. I have to zoom out to describe it. So the way it used to be in the old games is it was a environmental nuking black mage. You could only cast spells of the element that was your surroundings, if that makes sense. So if you were in an area that was very heavily desert, you would just cast earth magic. If you were near the water, you would cast water magic. But it didn't require any MP. That's how it used to work in Final Fantasy III. It doesn't do that in 11. It casts bubbles. And stay with me now. It's a little weird. So you cast a bubble dome on the enemy, and you can cast one on yourself. You can only cast 2 of them at a time. One is a debuff, and one is a buff. So the one you cast on the enemy stays on the enemy. It follows him. And the one you cast on your party stays on you.
Never fear, I am here. Here's to at least 20.
Hey, Tara, thank you for the 23-month resub. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. Kamsamida, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, kind of like this. Yeah. So when you're in the dome, you get the buff of this, but it lasts like the buff itself has an HP bar, and the buff will stay up forever as long as the HP bar doesn't get depleted. But since monsters now do AoEs and damaging attacks now, it tends to die. But that's what it is. It's a debuff and buffing AoE bubble job. It's very strange. I never knew anything like it before. And you can do all kinds of stuff with it too. And then the last one's Rune Fencer, and Rune Fencer is a tank. Just kind of like Celeste in Final Fantasy VI, it doesn't absorb magic like she did. It makes it to where it can mitigate magic damage for itself and for the entire party. So it can add resistance for the entire party and stuff like that. And I won't lie, I don't even know what its 2-hour is. I barely ever even used the job. But it's a tanking job. I have to look it up. It grants immunity for all magic attacks for all party members for a minute straight. So that's apparently what it does. So it's the opposite of what Paladin does in that game. I unlocked the job, but I never use it. I never use it either. I got it to max level, and I barely ever even use it. I use Puppet Master for pretty much everything now. Scholar used to have something like that, but for support, you'd switch between heals and buff, but that's long gone. Scholar in 14's different. They're kind of like old white mage with cleric stance in 14, kind of. It sounds like something they'd have as a limited job in 14. Yeah, it's... So like I said, like a lot of the jobs are very... In this game, how you can take almost every job to every event That's not how Final Fantasy XI is designed. It is unfortunately designed to where some events are tailored towards other jobs than others. Like, for instance, there's an event called Valkyrie where you want to take all magic damage DPS people. Because every monster there is physical damage resistant. So if you take melee DPS, you most likely won't even be able to clear the event. And so they are not afraid in that game of completely making it to where certain jobs just can't even be playable for certain events. They're completely fine with that. Where it seems like 14 is not. Or they don't want to do that. Which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I think that's kind of nice. And then lastly, since you brought it up before I move on, I think this is it. So I'm sorry, it took me a while to get here, Gray One. I meant to comment on this. So you mentioned about the story link. So Final Fantasy XI has 5 expansion packs. It has 3 add-ons, 3 short stories, and it has 2 free expansions. The Vicarious Resurgence and Rhapsody of Vanadia. So the 3 starter nations, to give you an example, Gray, they're only 20 missions long. All of them. They all follow the same structure. And once you get to like mission 2, rank 2, you have to do 3, there's 3 missions per rank. Or until you get to like rank 5 and then it changes. From missions rank 2 to 5, you don't actually have to do the second mission. You can skip it if you want to. When we did them all. But each starter nation only has 20 missions. So that's 60 missions total. ARR, currently as it stands, its main scenario, not even its post scenario, has 80 missions. So it already dwarfs the 3 starter nations in Final Fantasy XI already. And that's not even counting the posts, which was like another 80 missions. And Final Fantasy XI doesn't do this whole main and post at all. And then to give you an idea, the first expansion pack was only 17 missions long in Final Fantasy XI, Razazillard. And in Heaven's Sword, it was like 80 missions long or something like that. And Stormblood, I looked it up. It's 120 missions long. Final Fantasy XI only got to this link in mission link when they got to the 4th and the 5th expansion with Wings of the Goddess and Seekers of Alduin. But even then, they weren't even like, you could get through the missions a lot faster in 11 than compared to this. So it's a little, I don't want to say padded out. I mean, some of ARR is padded out, but the whole structure of missions in this is just really way longer. The 14 tries to design most of the content so it can be played and soloed. With NPC people who don't want to deal with randos and want to take it at your own pace without being stressed about this. Because of that, they can't make things too complex or the NPCs will fail those mechanics and screw. Yeah, that's true. That's very true, yeah. But which game has the most enjoying fishing missions? Missions? This game. I think fishing, I think they're equally tied. Like the act of actually fishing, I like the mini game in 11, but for actual missions, this game. So Alphino is safe for the present, at least. We all now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad Least tasked us with visiting Lord Heenan. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around spewing over things we cannot change. To the Enclave. Nah, they cheat with the trust in 14. I've seen NPC ignore some mechanics. I remember you guys telling me that when I used to use the NPCs a lot, that they had abilities that they normally shouldn't even had at certain levels. It worked the same in Final Fantasy Tactics as it did in Final Fantasy 3. Yeah, if I had a sub to 11, I'd do one stream where I would just show you side by side the stuff. Oh, thank you. It does. It does have time gates on their missions. Yeah, most of them are gone now. The only one that's really left that's annoying is the final mission for COP. You still have to wait 24 hours. So, but unlike this game where each expansion is in a row, you can actually work on the expansions in 11 separate. So you can work on them all at the same time. So despite it being that way, you technically can like start the third one if you really wanted to. But yeah, that's the only 24-hour time that they still have when we played, and we played it 2 or 3 months ago. Other than that, there were some quests which made you have to wait an in-game hour, which is 58 minutes. But those weren't that frequent either. They got rid of most of them in the game. They don't exist anymore. But back in the day, it was awful. Yeah. There used to be so many. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. The Kujin and the Confederacy, you already know. And it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the Steppe tribes. We have been joined by neighbors from the Naganexia and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca. Though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance were somewhat delayed their official induction. These proud people have united under a single purpose: to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I'm glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. Uh-oh, he didn't like the sound of that. I thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts. And not only because he is our emissary. As for this sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Al-Mago would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massive amassing of troops in the Western Providence. It seems all but certain that the Empire is posed to bring its fist down upon Erosia. And I would help to deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our walls in the burn is in place. The all-important Allegheny energy barrier. The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious, a name drawn from the four lords of legend. Perhaps Shinryu Zegas, or some such. Well, just a thought. The ironwork engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protects the Alazini firsthand. I would be interested to hear how you think ours compare. I will come too, if you don't mind. Though I am no Ishtola, I may be able to offer some insight. Nod. Of course. Time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yagiri, I leave you and Harkuru to bring the war council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Where are the storms? Heenan is eager to see the energy barrier in action. We will cross the burn by Yol and Falcon, as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of Fierce. Let's carry on. Hey, thanks for the welcome backs. I definitely was not going to start a riot. I somehow don't believe you. Also, I don't know if you're lurking or you just happen to be here. Hey, Snowy. Hello. Give the word when you're ready to fly. I don't think that thing counts.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards, 2,000, 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected.
Okay. Seems like all's going according to plan.
4,000! 5,000! Target altitude reached! The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards! We've done it!
To be
Is
tested.
that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wool for us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what?
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
I don't think this is good, though. What's Alf?
By the gods, it's Alphino. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Oh, see.
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
Again, it's weird it's not targeting Corel.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
So he knows who we are. Gavis von Beerus. Huh?
Aye. Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible.
What?
There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded?
God, he sounds so different without Baco.
How I was deceived by La Hebrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment, at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be Lahabrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion. But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-masked ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know.
Yeah.
Yet among the red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was Lahabrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think we met that one.
We have files on Lahabrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us?
Yeah.
As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Heidelin's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Probably.
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvas.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized.
Cloning technology.
And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus. All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
You're right, there's more important matters at hand. We'll settle this another time. I mean, there's nothing really to settle, though, to be honest.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least.
Yeah.
Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
Yeah, it's like nobody dies in this. Alf is safely installed in the private chambers. My finest healers is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alf is lost in sleep, from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustration, Elise. I do. But Alf is returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duty as a scion. Yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. These are agreements to be made, and little time to make them. To business, my lord. Now that we have Shinryu's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? You certainly can. As promised, I will send troops to bolster our allies in Erosia without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force may be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the Isanar Trade Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distance in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Erosia. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it's unlikely that our Eastern Art friends will consent to any involvement in military options. But I am certain that they will afford Alf a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a clergyman accompany him every elm of the way to Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Heenan. Yagiri, I will go ahead with our friends to Alamigo. Enlist all those capable of teleportation and put them at the disposal of Erosian's alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we hoped for. Lys and the alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose Chemical Plant.
Our supplies at Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you.
Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing.
A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed.
Huh?
Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the Founding Father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus. Like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
Alrighty. I have no idea what to expect. Parlay on the front lines. Heenan stands ready to depart for Alamigo.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for following. We must now leave to convey with the Erosian leaders. It may be some time before I return to Doma. Hakuru, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advancing party with all haste and join you in Alamigo forthwith. I've just received word from Lys. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we arrived in the Loach, we are to report to the Resistance officer stationed in Porta Pretoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let us not keep them waiting. Okay. Confused. Ray, are you here by chance? World domination. So the guy's death was, he killed himself or something. His death was by design. As you must be this alliance party I was told to look out for. If you follow me, I'll take you directly to the alliance headquarters. Okay. And they're set up pretty good.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord here. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, were our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
so, Alphino won't wake up, Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right? Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it.
How do you defend against poison gas?
As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor
himself. Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
God, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have?
Wait, why isn't the
Alphino
warrior
is
light
not
going?
to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
Ah. I'll be there.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Okay. All the Alliance leaders in one place? This doesn't sound like a good idea. Well, if I don't suppose it's polite to keep an emperor waiting too long, shall we? Parlay with the emperor. Okay. He has to make his grand entrance, huh? God, his outfit is so ridiculous.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance, on behalf of the Gallian Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
What?
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Ah, this guy's so far up his
Your
ass.
Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the Twelve's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alize says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
God, his armor is so ridiculous. Tis true that Lamencia's beginnings were not wholly honorable, but our old wrongs do not make the Emperor's deeds right. I do much wonder at Emperor Varys' decision to attend these negotiations. It is plain he had no intention of hearkening to our entreaties, but what then is his goal? Varys holds fast to his ideals, just as I knew he would. He will not be swayed from the past. For years we have warred with the Empire, and with no end in sight. A parley such as this represents a unique opportunity, and I would not squander it with bitter words. Why do I feel the Emperor is hiding something? For a moment, I feared our talks would descend into violence. There and then. Alicia speaks for her dislike of politics, but her honest plea may very well have prevented an early battle. Whatever rebuttal I had in mind has lost when Varys mentioned my father. The man is certainly skilled at keeping his opponents off balance. What is he hiding? Why didn't anybody bring up the fact that they know that his son is an Aesian? Why didn't they bring that up? That would have caught him off guard. I guess that would have pissed them off. But the one thing that didn't make sense that he said that the Almaganes and the Domads broke the peace. Like, the unruliness in their occupation is their fault. How? Like, they were literally treated like shit under Imperial rule. Like, what are you talking about? Ugh. This is really not my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alf would have done. and tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the questions becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain this isn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parlay is due to reconvene, though. So why not try to consulting our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share? Oh, I already talked to them. I will say one thing for Varus. He is well versed in Erosian history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The conqueror knows his enemy. All should know their enemies, yet there is much more we do not know of the Empire. I'm sure Varus would be happy to tell you more, then it's up to us to change that here and now. Ha! You should have me ask the Emperor himself. Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. This parlay was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varus's relationships with the Asians. As had we all, yet he is in league with them. He is not like to volunteer the fact, and if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach that particular subject, we will need to be subtle. With that, I knew more of the man. If you would indulge me, Lord Heenan, you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens. Come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden. The only worship permitted being that of his radiance's own people. That sounds suspiciously like a religion in itself. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they degrade the idea of faith, they revere their leader with the favor others revere for the divine. 'Tis a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varus to reveal something. "12 have mercy, but for Lady Elise's timely interjector, we might have come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that the Emperor Varus left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think?" He arrived. He'd have said yes. But having heard him speak, I cannot help but think that he came with some other ends in mind. Exactly, he's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of the parlay? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? Invite Varus to explain himself. Say nothing of Xenos or the Asians. Invite Varus to explain himself. You believe he is more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at ease? Mayhap you're right. Thank you, Akane. You've spoke with everyone else? Good. Now, all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor, and hope we fare better at a second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons pose to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rulga's name are you talking about?
Yeah.
I am talking about the origins of the star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the source and its reflections before.
Are these not the selfsame desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Gallian Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
Your prize is a lie. Your master's demons. I will stop you and the Asians, no matter the cost.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate.
There it is.
I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
Damn.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
I think you know everybody will refuse you. I cannot condone such a loss of life. We can defeat the Asians as we are. Oh.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages.
Oh, there it is.
This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
God, why doesn't anybody just assassinate him right there? I guess because you run the risk of you losing your leaders too, I guess. Oh boy. I came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle. So as worried as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive. Hey Rain, good morning. Hey Savannah, good morning. Welcome back, Ray. Also, hey Alex. The face of war. Having listened to Emperor Varus's maniacal plans, Lys is ready to go to war.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Asians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Doma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Gallians come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to countermand me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
Wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
To victory! Oh, there's Pippin. Saw Lucia too. Man,
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it.
Yeah, too bad they don't have Thancred.
It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone. No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
Oh, it's a dungeon. Shoot me an invite? Okay, sure. I thought I... Oh, I see. All right. Okay, while we wait, Ray, you used the redeem, and I totally forgot about it earlier. So let me find one. Okay. Colonel Sanders disliked what KFC franchise had done to the food so much that he described it as the worst fried chicken he had ever had, and that the gravy was like wallpaper paste. It's still wild that he had a level of integrity to call out his own brand like that, even if it technically wasn't his at that point. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it was like beyond him. That's the suck when your likeness is used for something that you don't actually have any control over. That's the suck. We need one tank. I can't craft while we wait either. I don't think I have anything to craft. Rain. Black Shroud, Old Grenadier. Oh, okay. Oh, it's the weather restricted one. That's the one you can only catch during the rain. Funniest story about that guy for me will always be that he held up some dudes who were having a shootout outside of his restaurant in his underwear, and he had a shotgun on them until the cops showed up because he wasn't gonna put up with them killing business by scaring. Gotta protect it at all costs. If that ain't the most American stuff you've ever heard, though. Dude's showing up, holding up two people who are also shooting in his underwear with a shotgun outside of his chicken business. What the hell? I love KFC potatoes. I can literally count on one hand how many times I've been to a KFC. And I can also, on one hand, count how many times I've ever even seen a KFC. I have, like, never lived near them. Ever. It's almost to the point that it's like, it doesn't even exist to me. Like, it's something I hear about, but I never see it. Yeah, same. I've been to it like once or twice, and I've only ever seen it a handful of times. I see Popeyes all the time. Like all the time. Or hell, like I think I've seen in America the Southern chicken place Zaxby's. I think I've seen that more than I've seen KFC. He said the gravy was like slop compared to what his actual recipe was. I really want to know what the authentic version tastes like, because I think the current recipe ain't bad. I can't even, I know I've ate there once before, but I couldn't tell you when. I have no idea. I think we have one KFC in Sweden. KFC is like huge for some reason in like Japan, and I don't get it. When someone told me about it, I didn't understand it. I'm like, what, really? It has to be different though, like the food quality has to be different. Because I mean, we allow more harmful shit in our food here in America than they do, most likely. But the fact that it's like, it's just so strange to me that like a of all brands that dominate in like an industry in a foreign country, KFC was not the one that I would have guessed. That is nasty. I don't want to leave this area because, I mean, I probably can get back here, but it's a pretty cool area. You're probably not even going to be here that much. I just know, I want to know why it's such a big thing during Xmas for Japan. They act like it's a big ticket meal around them for what I've seen on G. No, it is. Yeah, no, they'll like... As funny as it sounds, they do pre-orders on chicken at KFC for the holidays in Japan. It's weird. It's so strange. Well, it's strange because, like, to us in the States, it's just like a regular thing. But to them, it's like... It's like a whole, I don't want to say an event, but it's like a widespread thing people do. I wonder how that came to be. Like, what started? It's really funny because, like, as much as like a lot of the movie industry companies are not American. If you actually look into the history of how they got started, like, they came to America, but they were started by immigrants. And it's funny how, like, for the food industry, it's the opposite. We're like spreading fast food to the world in droves. It's like a treat. Yeah. KFC we have in Sweden is actually pretty good. Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, that's the one thing that I think is well known about America, is that its food quality standard is not... It's not as high as other countries. Like, I know for like for instance, like, I know one difference between the UK and America is the UK doesn't allow the use of high fructose corn syrup in, say, like soda or something, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know if they put like something else is bad in, if worse in it, but I know they don't allow that. And I know, I forget exactly, that's considered omega-6 oil, and omega-6 oil is not good for you. Diet Coke is bad. Yeah, because the artificial sweeteners that they use in it has been linked to, like, brain cancer and Alzheimer's. Aspartame. That's why that's the single-handed reason why people say diet soft drinks are worse than the original. Because the artificial sweeteners. It always seems to be very hit or miss based on the franchise. I got lucky and the ones near me are high quality, but that may be because the folks around here won't tolerate bad food. Yeah, with how like franchises and stuff work, yeah, it's definitely depending on who's making it. Yeah. I always wonder, I don't know, I always found that to be so strange when I found out that you can own a McDonald's or whatever and you run it as like your own business, but it's not like, the thing I found so strange is it's not like your own business, you know what I mean? Like you run it as your own business, but it's not, it's part of this mega corporation. But it's so, like that whole concept to me is so strange. It's like you have your own, it's like your own business, but it's not. Like you still have to follow like these rules and standards. I for the longest time could not wrap my head around that at all. It was a very successful marketing campaign in the 70s, says Google. Oh, really? Huh. Because I know that it still goes today. That was the get-rich-quick scheme in the 70s and 80s. Oh, buy a franchise and stuff like that. To me, that's so strange, because it's like saying like you're a business owner, but you're not really. You're so relaxed about queue times being long. So many people get impatient if queues are... Oh, this is nothing. This is absolutely nothing. The first longest queue time that we had to face was when we went to go fight Odin. That took 50 minutes. That was the longest one we had at that point. And up until that point, everything else has been relatively quick. Maybe like 10 minutes, maybe 15, maybe 20. But then, when I was doing the Alliance raids for Stormblood with the Final Fantasy Tactics stuff, I'm not even joking, it took me 2 to 3 hours to get in. I literally fished for 2 to 3 hours before I got in those days. So this is nothing. Nah, it's fine. I mean, I can't do anything about it, you know? I tend to not really get annoyed by things that are beyond my control. But yeah, I can understand it. It definitely, if you don't have anything to preoccupy yourself with, I can definitely see how it gets really annoying. Thankfully, I like fishing a lot, so it was fine. Oh, damn it, I forgot to do it again. The longest for me were the coils. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Gray and Lynch helped me through those. So I didn't have to wait, but they were telling me how bad those could be. Oh, it's the Iron Giant. I can't wait to fight these guys in Final Fantasy 15 when we get there, because I really like the 15 version of them. Nah, I can't attack the characters, damn. Alright, I can't read that yet, Daedalus. You have to give me a sec. Okay, that's cool. I was gonna say, when did I get a vulnerability stack? But I didn't get one. Oh. Oh shit. Now I got one. I wasn't paying attention. Oh no, I didn't get one. That's wild that people would get like impatient after 2 minutes. So there's not like there's not a whole lot that you can really do about it. Not really. Probably too many. Hey, we seem to be hitting pretty hard now. Oh, it's a scorpion boss from Final Fantasy XIV. He's a regular enemy now. Huh. Oh, I can't run around this way. Oh. Oh, this is different. What the hell is that? Prometheus? There ain't no Prometheus I know. Okay. Nice. Oh, I don't, oh man, I thought I was barely gonna make that. This again? Oh, in the middle. Oh fuck! I'm died. Oh, son of a bitch! I didn't pay attention. I should have paid attention. I looked away from the screen. I thought it was fine.
You underestimate me.
Hey Breezy, hello. I'll have to read you guys' messages after dungeon. It's kind of hard to read them during this and not die. And evade all the stuff and stuff. Hope you understand. God, how much magic checks do they have? Damn it. But okay. Oh, that's her. Oh, no, it's not. Damn. Oh, come on. Time's ticking. Shit. Nice. Oh, he's not. Oh, we got a red giant now. I always like this. I always like how they're like, oh, he's so different. Oh, my bad. Thank you. Sorry, I was getting needy brain rot where I wasn't thinking again. Damn. Did she have to do that though when I was on the verge of getting dragon kicked? Oh, it's his guards. Fusion. Oh no. All right, I'm ready. try my best, Rain. I try, but, you know, it's hard. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Ah, fuck. I'm dead. Thanks. Damn it, I've died twice. Ah, fuck. Can you stop playing the music for Ludichoir? Come on, man. Okay. I think we're fine. I didn't die that time. Fuck. Derpy, you're supposed to be using a lance, not a buster sword. Hey, nice, got him. No, there's no withdrawal, just kill him. Oh my god, the undefeated flashbang. Do, 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 do. The timing of the loot notification, dude, it was all bad this dungeon. The timing of it was all bad. It kept getting in the way.
We did it! I dare say they'll be reeling from this.
You were truly inspiring in battle, my friend. I'm determined not to be outdone, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
Why does this voice actor
A
sound
tactical
different?
withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
Uh-oh. That is the most...
Light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
No! No! No!
This is terrible timing. So now she's out.
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right? Quickly! We must get her back to the encampment.
Now there. She's just taking a nap. I mean, can you imagine if like a bomb dropped on her while she was taking a nap? She died right there. So the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of our strength. Like as not, they won't be taking any chances now that the Emperor has joined the fray. They all want to take their time and whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help and that of our Eastern allies, we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Elise, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary. My lord, the Chidrian have completed their examination of Mistress Elise, and it is as we feared. She's locked in slumber without any outward cause. That means it's just me now. Just like the others. Damn it all. Aye, the Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 Salines incapacitated, and with the enemy on our doorstep, I can't spare a man to assist in the search for a cure. The best I can do is that Elise is escorted back to the Rising Stones. Yugiri and I would return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. Judging by the Garleans' recent movements or lack of, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones and give the plight to your fellow Salians. I can understand if you feel on edge, but you'll be a no good to anyone without rest. Okay. Alright, let us do just that. Alright, I'll catch up with everyone once we get there. Okay, so probably better. Probably better. It's Probably better there. The last time I got KFC, it was pretty shit. Super greasy chicken. Potatoes were kind of ill. Biscuits could have substituted as an industrial dissectant. Oh, that's funny. The concept of the franchise is quite easy. It's your own shop or restaurant. You get a brand recognition, marketing, product line from the company in return for a fee. Unfortunately, there's a lot of abuse in the system because why would anyone want anyone to succeed? Subway, for example, is notable for pitting franchise holders against each other, allowing them to open to close together and eat away at each other's profitability. Huh? I don't think I understand why you would want to do that. Coils have no roulette attached to them. There's nothing to help fill those through Duty Finder, which is why I wish they'd rebuild the current version as a normal raid level difficulty and add in another tier of them with their current for people who would want a challenge. Then you'd be able to have the coils in normal raid roulette. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. We've talked about this. Yeah, I'm in full agreement. It seems kind of weird to lock that story structure behind massive difficulty. Sorry I'm MIA. I had a job reply to me asking for a portfolio, so I've been putting that together. Oh no, that's good stuff to hear. You can't dodge death, effectively communicate with your team members, and read chat at the same time. Unacceptable. I know. I need Kakashi Sensei's eyeball. Yeah, I mean, the way this game is designed, it seems kind of strange to lock story content behind extremes or things that are labeled extreme difficulty. It seems a little weird, especially if we go to like trials. You can only do the extremes of these if you've already done them. So yeah, it seems a bit strange. They haven't changed that. Akane, welcome home. Word has it you and Mistress Alicia gave the Garleans quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mistress Alicia? I was quite certain she would return by now. By the 12, not her too. Archer and I will read the infirmary on her arrival. For her arrival. We will also need to send a message to Tataru post haste. With that, I had something other than the grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report that the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Countient Corel and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You are still hale and whole. After all, though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. Why are they zoomed in on his face so close like this? You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us for the time being, at least. The Bethesda camera, yeah. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom, the border of Alamago. It's a Garlean airship. Varus. Or Xenos. But not Xenos. What? Damn. Okay. The fact that you had to wait an update to be able to continue on from this point sucks. Hooray Boulder solely expression suggests he has no news to share, which in this case may not mean good news. Kane, yours is welcome face, indeed, in these troubled times. Though, if you've come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I have not to report. Cultiant and the others continue their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them. Alas. Corel? My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alphino had been brought here and wished to see if his condition had improved. Who's this? Oh, it's Max. Mistress Akane, I have heard about the part you played in driving back the Imperial forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange such words must sound coming from a Garlean's lips, and I speak out of love I bear for my homeland, because I wish too to see an end to the bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all that I know of the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I am content to bear that ignominy. This will seem a small price to pay if it helps prevent this conflict from escalating any further. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphino. An acquaintance of Akane and Alf, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company. If you follow me, sir. When word reached me that Alf had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad. It pains me to see him thus, but I took solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The populares could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I traveled here in company of another acquaintance of yours. He awaits my return at the North Silver Tier. I'm certain he would be glad to see you, assuming you can spare the time, that is. He. Okay. You know who would be a big help during this time? Einstein. You know? The hell's he doing? He's doing whatever he wants, I guess. Yeah, I kind of figured it was Sid. Probably jumping. He's a busy man. And the last thing we saw is he stabbed Needhog's eyes, and that's pretty much it. There you are. I was beginning to think you would not come. It sounds like you've been through the mill. You should have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. As you may surmise, I heard much of Master Garland growing up in the Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration to me. Most Garleans would say he is a traitor, that he turned his back on his country. We of the Populars, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Emperor's dream of subjugation, that his inventions might bring a better future for all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I am but an imperial defector who thought to lay another imperial defector. Whatever Master Garleen says, I'm humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Ruban that you ran into an old friend in the burns. Is it true? Gaia still lives? Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing Legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claims to have several severed ties with the Empire to hunt Asians, did he? After his humbling at the Paderelning, one would think he'd had a good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I shall be sure to tell him so. Commander Adon also spoke of the alliance meeting with the Emperor, though I still labor to believe what he told us. Did His Radiance really claim that Garlemald was found by the Asians? But this is mad. That is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being riles against it. And yet I see there is no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. The Asians must be stopped, to save my people and to save all people. For all the Empire's many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Emperor's ambitions may be thwarted, not only in Erosia, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Shinryu's wall was a good start, but we can do more, and we will. We'll show them what waits. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Beg your pardon, I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. Commander Adel requests your presence at the Alliance headquarters in Alamago. He will discuss some matter of strategies at your earliest convenience. Ah, yes, the inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty calls you away. No doubt being of the essence. Could I tempt you to ride aboard the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to Ruban's side, I will personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. I can teleport, Sid. Okay. I swear every time you board my ship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger. And every time you somehow contrive to emerge victorious, which of course is an admirable skill. But no one is invincible, Akane, not even you. So please take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do all I can to assist from headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you aren't among them, eh? A requiem for heroes. Despite the apparent urgency of Ruban's summons, the resistant fighter seems content to wait for your signal to proceed. Commander Alden is awaiting, my lady. It would be best if we proceed to the Alliance headquarters at once. Disband before so you don't get required to rewatch the cutscene. Okay. Are you ready? You're here. Good. I summon you to discuss strategy, but first, I would appraise you of the Garlean's movements. Upon speaking with Ruban, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is highly recommended you set aside a sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Okay.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east!
Uh-oh.
What?
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
You only need to say the word.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Oh no.
Why won't they open? Please, I bid you open.
That is not a good time.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again? Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this?
No. No. But what other choices?
May Ralga grant us strength.
What other choice do we have?
Give 'em hell, lass. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Meanwhile... Well, it's not Xenos, though. Uh-oh. This can't end well. Oh, we play this. Oh, okay. Not how I saw this going down. Hold the ground until the warrior alight arrives. Oh, maybe then probably shouldn't have did that. Oops. Weak.
This one's for you, Ada.
Oh no, I think I'm screwed. Yeah, I think I fucked it up. Yeah. Shit. Hey, Gary. Uh-oh. Okay.
Here it comes.
The wheeze of a shinobi's power. The art of my forebears.
Oh, nice. Weak. God damn it. Okay. Uh-oh. What the hell is that?
You get it.
Aw, cheap.
Damn you!
Oh, broke his helmet. Yeah, we've been hauling ass this entire time.
Magic with a Garlean body. That's hardly fair. Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Nah, you can barely even stand, dude.
Ah, bringer of light. It has been too long. No words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored, and only your death will redress the balance.
Let's go. Wait. Whoa. What? What? I did 99,000. But I destroyed all the stuff. I destroyed all 3 stores. Oh, there was 4 of them? Oh.
Ready?
The fact that we have to do this all over again.
This one's for you, Ada. Here it comes!
The weave of a shinobi's power. The art of my forebears.
Weak. I'm trying. I didn't see the 4 swords, so. Okay. Hey, thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you. I am. I'm trying. Oh, I'm stupid paralyzed. I'm just gonna eat it. Yeah. Last time I ran away and it bit me in the ass. Yeah, I survived this time. I'm not. Okay, I'm moving. That fucking exit is committed to the cause. Oh, great.
I see.
Whew. Thanks for the 200 bits, Rain. Thank you. Jeez. I'm not sure what a trial is. I'll have to look.
Your mother chose her champion well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
Hey, that's such bullshit. That upswing defeats like everybody. Oh.
I beseech you.
Now is not the time.
Ah, someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
Okay.
At last, I found you.
Uh-huh. In death?
Please, there's no cause for alarm.
Thumbs up with his body.
Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion.
Uh-huh.
The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
Who are you?
I'm afraid such questions will have to wait. We have precious little time, and your work is not yet done.
No, you tell me right now or I do none of it.
Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts, one which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest. Soon, we will throw wide the gates. And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
The path to the first. The other time that was mentioned was by Melfino with the Warriors of Darkness, referring to the first world. What? Heaven Sword. How the hell did I get all the way over here?
You're awake. Thank heavens.
Where's Xenos?
I see you recall that much, at least. In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons.
Okay.
Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont. Estinian never was one for emotional farewells.
Well, I did ask where he was.
Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight.
Well, that's good.
A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
Is Alicia all right? What are the Scions? Why would I ask about one and not all?
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest.
You guys will lose. You can't do anything without me.
But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you.
Okay.
Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Yeah, it's kind of sucks we didn't get to see that, you know? It makes you wonder, like, was he, like, shadowing us the entire time? Just waiting to help? Or, I mean, it took us a long-ass time to get to that fight, and he just comes in at the convenient moment? Like, what was he doing? Well, this is the most unexpected surprise. I thought you confined to the bed. It's Matoya? Oh no, it's the guy from Heavensward. Yeah, I'm not even... Yeah, that name. When I heard you had to collapse on the field of battle, I confessed I feared the worst. With you standing here before me, I see none... I see now that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. Thank the Fury. As long as we have you, Mistress Matsu, history suggests that we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's effect can already be felt even here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcement, all our town will soon be departed to the front lines with contingents of our finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength has returned, but I know it would be an excuse of futility. Indeed. I suspect you have already decided on your next destination. Dark days lie ahead. Of that I have no doubt. But the light of hope shall ever guide your steps, so long as we have the will to press forward, onward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. This is one of those, like, hey, this character is still alive cutscenes. Na, 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 na. Even though it's only been like maybe like a little over 2 weeks, yeah, it feels like we haven't been to Heavensward in forever. Okay. Who the hell is that?
By the 12! I don't believe it!
Oh.
I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapse like the others. What in heaven's name is going on?
Oh yeah, Tataru, she's been pretty much left out of the loop, huh?
Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful.
Right?
And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him. Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphino, Alize. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own, do you hear me? So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home. As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it, now that the tower has been sealed shut?
It's a good question.
There has to be a way. If anyone would know, It's Sid, and the researchers of St. Coinac's find.
Man, we have not been there in
Don't you
eons.
worry. We'll find that beacon for you.
Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. She will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have word with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril. This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
He's like, I don't give a shit. I'm not even gonna say anything.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
No, that's not good. Huh? Okay. What the fuck? Oh, okay. That's how you're gonna end the post story? Okay. Oh, this is new. That they show illustrations like this. Like, she doesn't have that stupid weapon in the illustration on her shoulder. Or on her arm. Thank goodness. That means we've completed 3 stories now. We're over halfway finished with 14. Now we only have 2 expansions left. We finished the base game in 2 expansions. We had to wait for months for the new expansion. Oh, that looks nice. Thanks, Snowy. Oh, they got an illustration of Gosetsu. That makes them look small, though.
Fire in your eyes, fire in your heart, still as you sound the horns of the war. You know the cause.
Hey, thanks, Zero. Oh, they have one of her, too. I agree with everyone on what they say. Post-story Stormblood is like 10 times better than main story Stormblood. It's really night and day. It really is. It really is. All right, that was cool. Oh well. All right, let's log out so that we can watch the trailer for Shadowbringers. Yeah, we only got 2 left. All right, Shadowbringers. This is considered the best expansion, right? I'm curious why Endwalker isn't considered it, because that was the one that I saw all the hype for. Oh, I saw all the people hype for it.
How many years have come and gone since that day?
Oh, we'll find out. Oh, wow.
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called.
Got him. That's Dalamud. Muhammad. Okay. The hell? Valkyrie? That ain't no Valkyrie. the hell?
What sayest thou, Master Montoya?
Let's see a Ranger.
We may accept this fate or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
Deny? I am not wont to run from my troubles.
Montoya, but okay. Sistinian? No, that's us. Yeah. We are getting destroyed. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Until our friend returns, I will hold the line.
Yeah, it's Istola, yeah. Fat ass cat. The hell is that?
This town certainly has changed.
Oh,
I'm not at all for
oh, Thancred doesn't have a sun patch. And a gunblade. Like a devil.
I promise you, Ophelia.
That's okay. Oh, is this where you could start playing as the bunny girl? It's the Crystal Tower.
This tragedy, greater even than the seventh umbral calamity, must be undone.
Yeah, whoever that is, they're fucking us up. Duh.
If history must be unwritten, let it be unwritten. Become what you must.
Oh, damn.
Warrior of darkness.
Oh, so that's supposed to be Dark Knight. That was pretty good. Yeah, I wish I could get the menus to stay the same like this for each expansion or each part in the story we're in. Are you into the next expansion then? Yeah, we're on Shadowbringers now. So, oh, that's the wrong one. So we finished the base game. We did the first expansion, Heaven's Sword. We just finished Stormblood, which was the second. And so now we're on the third one, which is Shadowbringers. And then the last one is Endwalker. Or the one that's, you know what I mean by last. Yeah, I wish the menus would stay the same. I wish it didn't. I wish you could change them. I say the same thing about DVD. I wish you could change the menus in DVD to like what you want. Because that would change them per expansion. That was cool. That was a cool trailer. I like that trailer more than Stormblood's trailer. I think Stormblood's trailer, unfortunately, has been the lowest one. No, this isn't the latest one. This is the second one. Second latest. So the best expansion has bunny girls. I bet that has nothing to do with it. I mean, the setup for it is pretty good. I knew you'd be all right. And to celebrate your return, I made you this, a brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I do hope it fits. So that means it took us 14 days to finish Shadowbringers, and it took us 13 days. I'm sorry. It took us 14 days to finish Stormblood and 13 days to finish Heaven's Sword. So we're looking at probably 30 more days of Final Fantasy XIV before we're finished. Assuming that's giving each expansion 15 days. I knew you'd be alright. And to celebrate your return, I made you this, a brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I do hope it fits. But now's not the time to fuss over the measurements. I must go and speak with the researcher of St. Coinage Fine. You go and rest while we track down that beacon. What's this? It's Alliance Traveler attire. Hey Intra, hello. How you doing? I'm assuming that's Xenos. Yep.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savages!
Get wrecked.
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph.
Yeah, see, that's the Xenos voice actor.
In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
Okay. I have to change my attire now that we're in a new expansion. And there's the Crystal Tower. It's Final Fantasy III if you don't know. In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow you seed of darkness. I hope I read that correct. I went by so fast. Okay, now we're like officially done, but... Oh, yeah. I almost made it to level 77 or 78, almost. How close was I? That was 100,000 away from level 78. Damn. Now I'm gonna get it on the first mission. Is each expansion level cap? If you play them when they come out, yes. If you play them now, no. Well, yes and no. Because, like, you level up, but when you do the story missions, you're level capped. So, like, when I was fighting Oh Boy, I was level 70, even though I was level 77. Oh. Hold on. And then, like, once you get into the post story, like, for instance, all right, like right now, I'm getting, like, this mission's gonna give us 216,000 EXP. The post story was giving me 10,000 and some change, like, each mission. So, it's a huge difference. 20 times. Tataru is itching to share what appears to be good news. Okay. Good news, Akane. We had a stroke of good luck. Hold on. In our search for that beacon, apparently our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there is a lot to ground to cover. Then we'd best go and give them a hand. Sounds like tedious work, but not as tedious as waiting around here. We best go and give them a hand. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to whatever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have found a way to wake them up. We have to find a way to wake them up and before the Empire comes calling again. Meaning we have no time to lose. So when did Shadowbringers come out, year-wise? What year was this? There is a boat in North Silver Tier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. It's 2009. I don't think I'm gonna get used to that one. 2019. And then Endwalker was 2022, right? New quest song? Yeah, that one was a little strange though. You can literally spend years doing content. That's true. Fresh so long ago, right? Endwalker was the end of 2021, December. So 2-year gap. Thank you. I'm gonna run. You can't beat me. Okay, you're beating me. You're catching up. Yeah, I got to see the hype No, that's cheating. No, I went to the wrong area. No. Aha. The diversion tactic worked. She didn't even dash, she zipped. Heading to the survey site, madam. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way is to get there by boat. Okay. Oh. Well, I'm curious what Final Fantasy XI and Final Fantasy mobs from previous games they're going to have in this one. In Stormblood, they added monsters from the 5th expansion, which was the last paid expansion for Final Fantasy XI. And then they added Final Fantasy XIII monsters. And a couple... They added one Final Fantasy VIII monster. Probably some others I didn't recognize. So I'm curious to see what they're going to add in this one.
Look how many people there are. Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Is that the same voice actor?
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
He sounds different too.
Biggs! Wedge!
You can type...
Aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
That's not the same voice actor, is it?
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
They have to add Guy in one of these games as at some point.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Yeah, I added more information to it, yeah. I added what platform and the dates we started and finished them.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there?
Same voice actors? They sound
now
so
that
different.
looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
What the?
You are right.
What's happening?
That didn't sound good.
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Okay. So it seems that we're going to the Warrior of Darkness's world. And now we're in space.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
Oh, stop. Just when I forgot it. Stop.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you. Go!
Spirited accounts of
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Your time has not yet come.
Yoshi-P will never miss a chance to twist that dagger. Right. Just when I forgot about it. You had to remind me. That looked like Milfina. Warrior of Darkness?
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Okay. The chocobo? It's a person.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Wait, it looks like the merchant guy at the beginning of the game, except his hair is blue. What do you mean this time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply. Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Okay.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Uh-huh. Got lyrics.
To dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
Shadowbringers. Okay. Title. Okay. It's just like the other expansions where you have to... Fine. Alright. And do what we always do. Oh, you can't use your mouth. Huh. Oh, and they're confining me. How far are they gonna let me go this way? Gotta test the limits. Hey, Brown Eyes, hello. Hey, Sonny, hello. Oh, that's okay. Wait, what? Port to the source. Portal to the source. The portal that brought you here has not yet closed. Were you to reach out and touch it, you would most likely return to the source. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. There's no monsters either. Forest of Lost Shepherds. Hey, Lunar. Can't walk any faster. What was that noise? Okay.
Halt!
Bunny girls immediately?
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
Yulda.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists.
What?
Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
So they introduced a dancer and a bunny girl. Okay.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
The merchant?
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
Okay.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Okay. Yeah, I like her armor too.
Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
They were at the most inconvenient times, to be honest.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Okay. Are the other Salians here? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused?
An inkling, yes. I can only beg your forgiveness. Matters here forced my hand. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above.
Okay.
Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light.
Mm-hmm.
It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now.
Oh, they're probably gonna have sea monsters.
Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. Though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Okay. I'm not going to be able to walk around, am I? No. Damn. It's loading, I swear. This area is really colorful.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
The Christine. Christine. Yeah. Oh, I can walk around now? Hey. Oh, hey. Hey, what's going on? I guess I can use this. Hey, thank you. Hey, is Akane and Magi from stream? Yeah, we are, Kronos, yeah. Thank you for the welcome. I'm gonna go walk around and get all the Aetherites. It's time to take in the sights. Yeah, I wanna see. Do you have to attune to the big crystal first? Now, I don't remember, but Aetheryte is not responding. Oh. Oh, I guess I have to talk to him first. Now, I don't remember, but in Final Fantasy 3... Was it 3? They had the area before the Crystal Tower. Is that what this is supposed to be? Ah, here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystal. Well, that was an easy mission. Level 78. Ant-Man. Extends the duration of Disciplined Fists in your present form to maximum and halters their expiration 30 seconds. Cancels auto attack upon execution. Effect ends upon using another action or moving, including facing a different direction. The trigger the cooldown of the weapon skill upon cannot be executed during the cooldown of weapon skills. Huh. That's interesting. The Crystal XR, it has a request for you. Already. Now, oh, fuck. I completely missed it. Now you're now a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem in order, but I think our conversation should be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Christrium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. Okay. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, a convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should, in theory, be able to reach all the way back along the etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. Oh, they wouldn't let you do this unless you accept this quest, huh? After you have done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left, and you'll arrive at the crystalline mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catless. One of the people I should like you to meet. Okay. Another is Morin. To reach him and his cabinet of curiosities, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps and take the exit to the left and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I would like you to meet is Bragi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He's to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. Okay. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Ah, very good. I concede. The layout of the Crystalium owes more to the historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn it with a twist and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars and will struggle to accept the truth of your origins. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. Okay? When you finish making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtroom at the center of the town. Until then. No, I haven't seen anything related to Final Fantasy XIV at all. Ooh, sweeping. Wait, why can I not? Nice. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of ether. Your connection to these energies is faint but stable, should allow teleportation to the aetherite in the source. Interesting. Alright, well, let's head in that direction. The way that they said. Well, no. Nah, it doesn't matter. We'll get them all eventually. I recommend the No Clip documentary. Yeah, that's been recommended to me. Summoning bell. But I've never seen anything about this game because prior to this marathon, I most likely I would have never played this game if it wasn't for this marathon. That's why I've never seen anything about it. I've been more than content just playing Final Fantasy XI. So I never had an interest in this game ever prior to doing the marathon. So I never paid attention to anything about it. Oh, I must be downstairs. Oh, she has the chaps that I had when I was fishing. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, You've chosen a fine sanctuary. The interaction can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized, too, thanks to us and the mean. We work together to procure materials and resources and craft the goods, which makes city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Elamorans layabouts. Here in the Cristrium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor. You don't have the width of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? One of the exiled countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him. And any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say this grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence and pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Cristrium began. At the Annex invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swears the interaction looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never let us down. So if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folks here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talents you might be hiding. If you ought to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catless and you'll find, and I'll find you a niche here in the crystalline mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the cities greased and turning. You can exchange with Catless. Your exchange with Catless has taught you about the life in the crystalline. It's fun. It's just funny how they delivered the tech demo content 15 years later. That means, I guess some things just don't work out, right, according to plan, no matter how much you plan them. I guess they probably had to put it on hold for a while for one reason or another, I guess. Hey, thanks for following. Yeah, we're right at the beginning, Chrono. Yeah. He makes sure no resources go to waste. Yeah, I can't imagine the amount of money you spend on making stuff for MMOs. Imagine it's pretty costly. When were you able to play as the male cat people? When did that get added in the game? Was that this or before this? Hey, thanks for following. ARR, I believe, but I think they may have been playable on 1.0 at some point. Oh, really? Oh, I was under the idea that they got added in. Oh, okay. Hey, Craig, hello. Hey, Rowdy, hello. They were added in 2.0. The females were in 1.0. I was talking about the Miss Q. Excuse me, miss. Are you recently come to the city perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and well, what I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumble scroll, even. A scrap of scribble on parchment? My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine. Yeah, I can see that. As well as a profession. Librarian Morin at your service. And this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manners of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for written word. Hey, take it easy, Rain. Hey, have a good night, Snowy. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Oh, so you're of interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment and I'll fetch it for you. I had another question, but I think I forgot. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair and make yourself more comfortable? I'm on with the lesson then. What? A 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter. Villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadow Keeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease, until the day an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We call this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Damn. Yet, just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light, she stood twixt us in approaching doom. Betwixt. And by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Novrandelt, and Novrandelt alone spared the fate of Erasure. Okay. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspects to bedevil the few folks who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from the Norvrant sky. Even now, they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungry for our flesh. Okay. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Oh, and if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. Your exchange with Morin has taught you about the flood of light. Okay. Why does she look like a crack addict at first? But when we seen her later with the book in hand, she looked fine. I can leave through here? No. Oh, yeah, these big doors. Hey, Ram. Hello. Villains called the Warriors of Light, huh? Like some kind of garden? And I know I'm like really late on this, but you asked, I don't know if you checked out the link that one day posted in chat, but you asked about what games we played in the marathon. Honestly, it's been so long, I don't remember what number we're on exactly, but we're like 20 something. That's the Alma. Okay. They're not hostile. That's something. That's interesting. It's like a dragon chocobo. Nuts board. Okay. The first has some race names you may recognize, so be on the lookout when they mention race names. Race names? You mean like this? Like that? It's been 30 years. Like what Hyrules are called in the first. This place is beautiful. No, those are individual names. Oh, you mean like, oh, when they... Oh, I see what you mean. Like when they call... I get you, This place is huge. I think I got all three of those. We have two over here. I got this one. He said this is distribution area. Go get this one too while we're at it. Alright, this should be the last one, eh? No, it's not. I missed one. I sure did. I think it was this one. Market board. Wait, where? Oh, I'm an idiot. Literally right there. I think it's our first time interacting with one of these, right? I think so. New to the city, friend? Spinning head and the wide eyes gives you away. Welcome. My name's Braggy, and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. To floor it by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for humans such as yourselves, so finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. I'm sorry, did you say humans? They sure did. Okay. I'm actually a Hyrule. Or Hyra, whatever. Must be the dialect. I'm not familiar with it. I am. Let's see, if we can straighten this out. See the two in the front? The short one is a hume like you. The tall one is an elf. Okay, that's not exactly the same. Who's he gonna call the one in the back? The sturdy one over there is the Galdagent. Whilst the one with the horns is a Darren. And then you have the large, scaly claps with the long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be called Zune. What about the cat people? Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. I was freaking out when I saw that. Same as X-Art, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We'd had a fewer of your lot pass through in recent years. And despite their oblivious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But don't worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Your exchange in Braggy has taught you about the people of the First. No, it didn't. What about the cat? I didn't say anything. Yeah, that's strange. Yeah, they used the Final Fantasy XI distinction of humans by calling them humes. No, I didn't get that one. I knew it. I was like, excuse me, is this Venedia, Sam? Somehow? Right. Yeah, I was like, is he gonna call the big guy a Galka? Must be upstairs. And he didn't call the elf an elven, so I was like, oh, okay, so it doesn't seem like they're going that far. Once he called them an elf, I was like, oh, okay. God, it's a lot of stairs. I see why now. Okay, that's all of them. Nice. You attune yourself to all the Ethernet shards in the Crystarium. Lakeland is now accessible via the Ethernet destination. Nice. No, we're in the next expansion, Ram. We finished Stormblood. Do. They're overshadowed by the Vera. Yeah, it seems so. I can't get it. Whoa, what the hell? I guess. Oh, okay. Oh, well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people? Kinda. And it seems you were treated to the most thorough introductions. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'tis necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origins, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is in fact the self-same one you know from the source, transported to the First in its entirety. It was my first attempt at beckoning the boundaries between the worlds. Something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which air I tore it from, I do know that it arrived. Its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. You teleported a giant-ass crystal and you're worried about teleporting a single person? The Crystal Note is finally ready to discuss the matters of your comrades' whereabouts. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfill my half of the bargain and explain what has befallen your comrades. This is a conversation I would rather have in privacy of my quarters, however. I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see the guards know to admit you. Just like that. Then Jira T is... What? The tower gate lies open then? Wait, what? Just like that? Then Jira Tia is... I'm not familiar with that name. Is there... That's something I should know? An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the... Oh, the Mithra. I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery another time. For now, I think it's best we focus on the present. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, the Mithra guy that sleeps in the tower. Man, I forgot all about him. Greetings, madam. The Exart awaits you within. Okay. To be fair, that was several hundred hours ago. Yeah, it was probably like 200 hours ago.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard.
Don't feel bad. By the time I got to this expansion, I completely forgot about him. Yeah, I'm definitely getting to the part where it's so much story that I'm forgetting the beginning of the story because we're going through so much story.
I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow Scions. To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Yustola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the First for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return. We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning,
Oh, thanks.
As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift.
Okay.
In that chaotic no man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass.
Uh-huh.
In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
Aye. But I'll see you keep that promise.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay. The Crystarium boosts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendant, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path will take us past the market, and I was hoping to give you my own introductions to their wares. Come along. Could just use the teleport, but I'm already running. Those sound very poggers. It sounds very poggy.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough. Each nation once minted its own coins, but was all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Oh? Am I supposed to remember that?
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your home world. A Van Kerm Sin?
Oh, it's just tombs.
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
That was not the look I was expecting.
My dear Feo Uhl, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine lady is a friend from a distant realm.
From Legend of Zelda?
And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from her home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do.
I'm sorry, I gotta point it out, but her, like, shoulder bones, or whatever fuck you want to call this stuff, that stuff reminds me of the demons in Doom. I can't unsee it now.
After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
Stop being racist.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth, I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand.
No. That's neither Scottish or Irish. Is this an actual Scottish accent? Or actor?
'Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap a message to your friends in the Source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Send a message to Tataru.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Uhl of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
Okay. I didn't realize that was a joke about Tombstone. I didn't even recognize it. I was like, what the hell is that supposed to be? As a result of your pact with Feo, you are now able to access the delivery Moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while in the first. I didn't realize I couldn't. You went back into the VOD? Nobody does that. Okay, and then I have another question. Is there any reason why people are blue in this? Like is that an indication of where you're from? Because when we did funny enough, when we did the Black Rose quest at the beginning of Stormblood, and we had the one cat girl from the Twin Attlers, she was a blue cat girl, but I don't think we've ever saw one prior to her. Is that supposed to mean like she's like from a specific place? This is I'm just asking. Seeker cats look more like Ishtola. Moon cats look more pale or blue. Pale or blue? I don't think I've noticed paleness. It's a moon cat? So are they all just from the same area? You don't see many of them outside of Grandania? The blue ones. The moon cats are very rare for player creation. Nobody chooses them? Why is that? Because they're blue? I guess people don't like the color, huh? All the ones in Lamencia are sun cats. The faces of Seekers are more preferred. My character is a moon cat. Those are the only ones that have fangs. The sun cats don't. Okay. I see, I see. There you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodations. You'll have a private room here in the Pendants for the duration of your stay. And make sure, as you see fit. Make sure you use it as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray rest and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the Ocularana. I believe that covers all the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Akane. After we are denied the comforts blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Okay. A pleasure to meet you, miss, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready if you care to retire. Sure. So are the cat dudes the least popular race in the game? What? It's a warrior of darkness. Yeah.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
Warrior of darkness.
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness.
Darkness.
My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source and try to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia.
Milfilia.
She listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Northrend. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness.
Damn, that
Tell
sucks.
me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
How am I supposed to know?
100 years. 100 long years.
I'm sorry, I meant the tiger people. I guess I said male cat. I meant the tiger people. Oh, you can't grab a cup.
My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift.
I guess when you ain't got no video games during this time, that kind of sucks.
I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
Well, I'm the hero in this game, so I can do pretty much anything I want.
You were summoned to save the First. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who tried to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end.
It's because you haven't cleaned that blood off your axe, dude. It's been there for 100 years.
Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light.
But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Well, that's interesting. That lets you know that we're dead inside, dude. Nobody sleeps like that. Yeah, you tell them. Aka's Ramza in Resurrection? What? That was a weird cutscene. Why didn't they just show us right here? Yeah, I'll just run. I see you. Is that your alt, Ray? Yeah, like we have 3 change poses on a bed. Those couldn't the cutscene use one? Yeah, they're literally just laying dead ass on the bed like they're dead. It's kind of strange. Like they're laying down like they're in a coffin. Mistress Kane, the X-Art is waiting, awaits you within. God, I don't know why that was so hard to say. Jeez. Oh, we get to move around. Oh, so this is where we met him. Right here, eh? Okay. Portal to the source. I wonder if he's going to explain his condition.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
Ah, that's true. That's true, Ray. Yeah, all the stuff you got to go through. I had a ghostly visitor.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts.
Mm-hmm. This is the map?
This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the flood of light.
Okay.
The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland.
Okay, that's weird.
To the north is the fairy kingdom of Ilmeg. That is where you'll find Urianger.
Okay.
To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty.
Why is that?
As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement.
Oh, hold on, I gotta look this up. This is bothering me.
Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armareng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Calicia or Armoraine? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. But you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of sin-eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Yeah, that sounds like him. I've gotten so many things. Well, I got a lot of stuff to hand into the coffer at Indoma, that's for sure. Oh, okay. In search for Alf, in search of Elise. Let's go for Elise. Yeah. The crystal extract is eager for you to meet with Alicia. Ready to depart for Amaragan? Alicia will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. Well, impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summon was, repeatedly. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, the master of the merchant's caravan. There are a few who know the ways to the desert as well as he does. Find him at Almaro Launch, and he will see that you reach your destination. The fuck is this music? I thought the Stormblood one was odd at first, but this one's even more odd. What the hell? Oh god, no. The blue stars are appearing. Oh. Alright, time to go see what this is. Level 70 levies of Christian. Hume low. Ah, he's tall. The Hume Lout thinks you might be the right person for a questionable job. Oh, you're there. You're her, aren't you? Haldor's been asking for you. You know Haldor, clan nutsy man. If ye keen to hunt the deadliest marks for the biggest bounties, then ye might want to seek him out. You find him by the board over in the Roki. Though, if I were you, I'd steer clear of that whole nasty business. Bad for one's health, it is. God, he's so damn tall. He also got like the freaking Hulk Hogan, just the Hulk Hogan freaking mustache and stuff. Bro just stands there flexing until people talk to him. With no shirt on. It's no surprise nobody's talking to him. Ye that, Hey, Fox, hello. Wow, that's an NPC. Oh. This guy? Could it be the esteemed warrior herself? Well, miss. Well met, miss. Well met. You are a very hard, woman to track down. By account. Yet here you are in the flesh. How very blessed I am to make your acquaintance. I am a Haldor of Clan Nutsy. That's a name. Perhaps you have heard of us? We have certainly heard of you, and I can tell you that. A fighter through and through. I'll come right to it. Interested in joining the clan? Apologies. Only a fool would sign up without knowing what we're about, and you're now no fool, I can see that. The clan is, how shall I put it? An association of adventurous souls who make a living hunting certain notable fiends. Marks, as we are wont to call them. Surely you're familiar with the concept. Nope. Nalvarant is home to myriad living creatures, many of which pose a threat to her good people. Thus did Exart at least think it was him. In his boundless... game. That was weird. Music just shut off. That was weird. In his boundless wisdom, call upon the Settlement Council to develop a framework that would encourage motivated hunters to dispatch these menaces. To wit, ye brave souls who slay marks shall receive due compensation. Not at all a bad arrangement, eh? If ye've got the mind to reap the benefits, speak with Exol over there. She'll record your name in the ledger and see you registered as a clan member. That was strange, dude. I don't know why it did that. That was weird. May I help you, miss? At the urge of Haldor, was it? I see. If you are plainly more than capable of acquitting yourself well enough in battle, and so I have no grounds to refuse you. I hereby accept your application to Clan Nutsy. Check the board for the latest builds. The tougher the marks, the better the rewards. Hunt what you'd like or nothing at all. However, you may only undertake hunts designated appropriate for the member of your current status, and novice. The clan is disinclined to allow unproved members to commit suicide by mark. Once you have achieved a sufficient number of success, you will be able to permit and pursue more dangerous feats. Try not to die before then. I'm gonna get the next one immediately, aren't I? As a new member of Clan Nutsy, you are permitted to take bills for one nut clan mark from the clan hunt board. Defeat monsters described on the bills and you will be rewarded with tokens that can be exchanged for exclusive items. To exchange tokens for exclusive items, speak with either... I don't know how to pronounce your name. Exoli in Christium or Elfroy in Yelm. New quests for 2 nut clan builds will become available for Haldor in the Christium upon reaching level 73. Then grow up? What do you mean? It's nuttin' time. Gotta go out and get those sacks of nuts. One nut at a time. I'll never grow up. No. 2 nuts is too nutty. Oh, well played. Wait, where's this one person? Oh, they must be above. How am I supposed to... Because 1 nut is too little and 3 nuts is too many. My name is 2 Nuts. Am I supposed to... Am I supposed to see this person? I don't see him. I don't even see the marker. Oh, they're right there. Oh, I see. Alright, let's just see what they want. Do they disband in November? I don't even know if I want to answer that. I love that the localization team had so much fun with these names. No, where are you? I assume this is how you get that person. It ain't looking like it. No, maybe it is. Yep. Hold on a moment, sinner. You're not from around here, are you? Fellow wandering soul? An eternal inhabitant of the road? I thought so. Irathel's the name. My aspiration is to travel the whole wide world. Though it's a fair bit smaller than it used to be. So as far as dreams go, it's a lot more realistic than you might think. But danger still lurks in every corner and around every bend. Even so, this sinner's got nerves of steel. He's a born explorer. Heard thou. There's no land too distant or place too forbidden. Aye. But what is that I spy poking out of your pack? A log. If I'm not mistaken, give it over, if you would. Aye, as I thought so. A record of fantastic vistas and unforgettable sights. We're kindled spirits, now more of a feller. Excellent. 'Tis only right that I show you such wondrous experience as you have with me. A collection of amazing vistas I cataloged myself that I guaranteed will rival the best you've ever seen. The Norva Delt may be shadow of its former glory. There's still joy and excitement to be found if you know where to look, my friend. So I implore you, look. Follow in my footsteps. Savor every moment of the journey. And then when you feel you have discovered every secret this realm has to offer, start again. I promise you won't be disappointed. Sightseeing log expanded. Shadowbringer's entries have been added to your sightseeing log. You must be a disciple of warrior or magic level 70 or above to record Shadowbringer's vistas. Travel to the location indicated and fulfill the necessary conditions, and you will complete the entry for that vista, earning experience points in the process. Use your wits and the notes provided by the Arathiel to identify these stunning sights and the proper way to approach them. See your Rundent as only the greatest explorers have seen her. I see. Well, everybody, we are going to have to explore more of Shadowbringers